centers like community centers where you can have ICT equipment that are powered by solar. So these are the various uses of solar that we are seeing will enable our communities to build resilience, even in the face of the global pandemic, COVID-19. We are seeing that there is a great opportunity to use these standalone solar systems to improve the incomes of people who have either suffered in one way or another, or to improve their resilience. So at this point, before we start the panel discussions, I would like to invite Victor to tell us something about Slido and some questions.
Hi, Esther. Sorry, I'm not sure. I think we may have lost you at some point.
Okay.
Okay, so I think you just requested for the brief on. I suggest that you just proceed with introducing the panel and having your first session, and then after that we will take a few minutes to introduce Slido and maybe take them through it.
Okay. Now you can hear me? Yes.
Yes,
so
go ahead.
I'll start engaging my panelists, and I'll start with a question that looks at how we can start working together as the various players in the off-grid sector. How do we work together to be able to build the resilience of communities that have been affected one way or another, either by the pandemic or generally they're vulnerable in one way or another. So I'll pose this question to William, Patrick, and Sire. What can the various players in the sector do to ensure that companies that are supplying these solar systems remain afloat? There have been questions around their stability with this pandemic, but we also know that the ecosystem players who've been supporting them. What is happening around that sector so that they keep supplying these systems to the rural communities? We can start with William.
Okay, thanks a lot, Esther. Good afternoon, everyone. So at ACF, I think when this current issue began, we conducted sort of like a three-phase approach in terms of trying to find out how exactly these companies are being affected. So we reached out to have one-on-one discussions with some of our investees, as well as sort of like having a more general conversation in terms of, just trying to find out, okay, so what is the impact? What sort of measures have you put in place already to sort of like react to the market? And then on the last phase, we had what we call a risk categorization exercise, which basically, again, is reaching out to the companies, having one-on-one discussions just to find out the exact issues that they had. And if I can just go through quickly just some of the highlights that we picked out from the conversations around between April and May, is that, of course, there was a disruption of supply chain, the disruption of the supply chain because of the lockdown and countries sort of like closing their borders. When then, of course, there was also the restriction in terms of movement, which affected a lot of sort of like the marketing activities for these companies, and especially knowing that between January and June, the first half of the year, is mostly when they do their bumper sales because of the harvesting. Their customers, most of them have harvested, so they have a bit of a higher disposable income. Then, of course, there's the remote working from home policy that a lot of the companies adopted, which, again, sort of like had its own challenges because especially in countries in Southern Africa where there's hours of load shedding. So that, of course, also affects the productivity of the team. Then another issue that was picked out was the lack of the PPE equipment. At that point when the issue started, there was a lot of demand for these products, which unforeseen demand, which also affected the supply. Then, of course, there was also the limited access to Forex. which also affected this company's operations. So I guess maybe just delving into what some of the measures that we as ACF had undertaken with the companies that we're working with is, sort of like ensuring that we process the disbursements in time. This, of course, is going to help the companies meet the immediate needs in terms of be it requesting stock, be it salaries, payment to their suppliers, and such things. Then, of course, as some of you may know, is that ACF's model of financing is there is part grant and part loan, an interest-free loan. So, of course, some of the companies requested a moratorium on their loan repayments, which is now being considered on a case-by-case basis, depending on the market that they are operating in and also the challenges that they're facing. So that's also another aspect there where we took some measures on. Then, of course, with the current pandemic, a lot of the investors were also sort of like holding back investing in companies because they were not quite sure how long this is going to go on. So as part of what we would do in terms of demonstrating that, like some sort of confidence in the companies that we're working with is, of course, trying to push out disbursements. That also gives other investors some level of comfort, such that if you have any, if you have any concerns, but these are the other companies who also put in money. I think that that also gives the potential investors some energy to disburse their monies. Then, of course, most of one of the advantages is that energy was considered an essential service in most of the countries where we operate in Southern Africa, Eastern Africa, and to some extent also in West Africa. So I think that was also helped in terms of accessing the markets by these customers. In terms of how another option that we've come up with is providing these companies with some technical assistance. So be it some sort of like legal or tax advisory, what are the implications of the current situation in terms of their obligations to their suppliers and to the other stakeholders. So offering such technical assistance on that. Then, of course, a lot of the companies, and especially companies that have been funded by development money or donor money, there's the aspect of how do you now sort of like revise your models, your disbursement targets to be in line with the current situation that is being experienced. So that's another aspect that we looked into. Then, as some of you may already know, also ACF is running, or rather ran a relief fund for the Kenyan market. It's a CEDA-funded program, which is basically supporting companies for the next 1 year between July this year and June of next year, in terms of responding to the shocks that have been created. So we're looking at providing them with financing for their working capital, to sort of like retain the current staff that they have, and also sort of like giving them grace periods in terms of passing the benefit of our support to the end users, to the customers. So some of the companies that have applied for the funding are also demonstrating their support in terms of passing on the benefit to the customers. So, for example, if you pay maybe for like 1 month, you'll get an extra 7 days free of charge. So you can access be it clean energy in terms of lighting or clean cooking. Esther?
Thank you, William, for that a comprehensive overview of what ACF has been doing to support companies that have been affected also by some of the restrictions we've seen around COVID. Now I'll invite Patrick, and then to briefly tell us what Google has also been doing, followed by Sire to also share with us. You can start by introducing your organizations too, and then delving further into some of the work that has gone into supporting companies so that they're able to build the resilience of our vulnerable population segments.
Thank you very much, Esther, for this opportunity, and thank you for everybody for joining us this afternoon. As many of you are aware, GOGLA is the Global Industry Association and is the voice of the companies that are really working to solve this off-grid energy access challenge. And we work in most of the markets across the developing countries here in Africa and Southeast Asia. So I think we all need to start and recognize that we are in a great period of uncertainty. And this is one of the things we've really first had to acknowledge as an industry. For all the countries that we live and we work in, they are all managing a health crisis and a health challenge, at the same time trying to deal with the shock of the economies. And I think most of the governments recognize that there's both the health crisis as well as keeping the economies going and minimizing the impact of that. And then for us as an industry, what that led to and what this we determined through surveys of our members pretty much in the same time frame as AECF did, is there's this shock to the ability of our companies to keep operating, especially during the initial periods of intervention where there were restrictions of movement, businesses were being told you need to keep closed, social distancing and all the other guidelines that came in. Then there was a shock to the global financial economy and the ability of companies to raise money, both for debt, for equity, and just the availability of finance generally, which is an important factor in our industry space. We saw shocks that touched the workforce. And here, when we talk about workforce, a lot of the staff in our members and in the companies in this industry, particularly when you go to the agents and the sales network, weren't able to go out and do their work that they did that affected them. And they were also obviously out there. And if they're out there interacting, how are we going to protect them? So essentially touched all of this as a whole. And then I think it's also to recognize the impact on the off-grid customers who were facing income uncertainty. And at the same time, and we've heard this in some of the countries, that even the customers themselves were scared for their own health. So the ability to be comfortable with a stranger or a service provider to come into their house, to their residence, to their place of business and offer something when they are being told social distancing, be aware of who you're interacting with. So what have we done as Gogla in this respect? I think first we need to recognize and applaud the work that the development partners as well as the governments in all our markets have really done. We spent a lot of time interacting through the national associations, through the development partners, and directly with the relationships we've built with various governments to build that understanding that as with all your other services that they needed to keep going, nobody wanted to see the lights for the main grid go off or the water services go off. There was a question of what do you do with the rural population, the off-grid communities, and we were fortunate to see this quick recognition, and in most of the countries they quickly started trying to make provisions to keep the call centers and the operations of off-grid companies open. We got guidelines in terms of social distancing, allowing customers into shops, and how many people you could have in call centers. But essentially, we were empowered to be able to keep the operations going, as well as to keep our customers enjoying the service that they did. The second thing that we as an industry also did was to recognize we needed to be responsible members of the business community. So we developed a guidance that really went out to all our companies about best practices on how we could be responsible to protect our staff, to protect the businesses, to protect our consumers. So this guidance is providing, is guiding our members of how to behave in this environment. Now, right now, we are also trying to now deal with the issue around finance and the access to finance. And this is both at the global level and at national level. We've seen this shock that as companies are seeing a slowdown in their business, they're seeing a slowdown in their ability or challenges for their consumer to keep paying or ability to pay for their service, they need some type of support. So we've initiated as a Gogla engagements with the organizations have been investing in this sector to try and put together the global relief fund that remains an ongoing effort. But we've also tried to now work to engage at a local level, because beyond the global support that we need in terms of equity and other investment, a lot of the challenges are really local. And we're trying to engage with partners to see what other energy access programs they may have, and are they able to build in support for this sector. I think we've been pleased, AECF, William did mention this, but they launched something in Kenya that I think has been very highly welcome. We're trying to see if, for example, COSAP may be able to be more flexible and responsive to the things that we're doing for this sector. But I think it's worthwhile in every country to look at what support mechanisms are there for the sector and how can it be more responsive to what's needed, and to make sure that it's available for both the really small company as well as the large companies. I know, for example, in Ethiopia, one of the conversations has been, is there a way to restructure some of the loan programs that existed for the sector through the Development Bank of Ethiopia's loan program for off-grid solutions, and see if there's extensions, restructuring of those programs and things like that. I think as we look forward, what we really would encourage is, one, we need to keep this strong collaboration and coordination going, but even more important is to look and recognize each of the pain points that the sector has, the ability of the companies to be financially viable. If now there's a slowdown in their staff or their sales agents to pay, to make sales so that they can earn an income, how can we provide some support to that workforce? If the customers are struggling to pay because they're not able to do their daily business, how do we provide some relief programs to the customer, and also to the businesses? What can we do to make sure that through this period that the companies remain viable, and even when the economies begin to open up, that we still see this sector viable and the companies are able to respond? And I really want to emphasize, this is companies at all sizes, be it the small ones, the local ones that are in one country or in one region in one country, to the companies that are playing in multiple countries. We really need to support and respond to whatever needs that they have. Esther, thank you.
Yeah, before I invite Sire to chime in with his experience, I would like to request the participants who've put on their video to kindly just put it off, so that we are able to focus on the speakers who are sharing their experiences. Yeah, we'll really appreciate that. So Sire, would you share with us what is happening in the West African front?
Thank you, Esther, and welcome to everybody, fellow panelists. Great insights have been shared already, and that is the danger of going last, because they have touched on everything, everything that has been done from their respective organizations are some of the things that we have been busy doing. At the onset of this pandemic, you know, the ECOWAS Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency is a regional body that represents the 15 member states of the ECOWAS. And the center has a specialized mandate to improve the livelihoods of the citizens of the ECOWAS by making sure that we can put in place a viable market for sustainable energy. That is because we have realized that sustainable energy should be at the heart of any development agenda for people to aspire to a socio-economic development. So at the onset of the pandemic, our work really evolved around 2 or 3 main things. The first thing, we wanted to see the pandemic and its ramifications as an opportunity for us as an industry to do. So what we wanted to do is to coordinate in a way we speak in a harmonized voice, so that we don't fall in the trap of if we want to do a little self-critique, we don't fall in the trap of everybody looking for position, using the pandemic as a way to further one actor over the other. So we wanted to guard against that, and we try to mobilize widely through a call of action for it with more than we joined the call of action with more than 150 players to say that decentralized, especially decentralized energy technologies should be looked at as viable solutions now more than ever. And the second thing that we did, try to lobby and let our, especially our government counterparts, over the years, we have been struggling to convince them access to is.
Sorry, Sire, we seem to be losing you
that this
a
pandemic
bit.
hit. Oh, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, it sounds better now.
So I was saying that the second thing that we really did was to increase our advocacy with the governmental counterparts, so that now we seize this opportunity to put access to energy of the agenda. So we allow them now to have excuses such as, you know, energy is important, but we have other important issues, and so on and so forth, because we saw that, you know, great efforts have been made on the part of every government in terms of financial commitments to the pandemic. But if it was not done, then these funds will not have the effect that we believe by you as an could have. And the last thing that we did was the sector, and see to support them in their day-to-day work. So in some countries, to have special permits for private sector to operate the times of the lockdown. So governments saw we were to have some governments see this private sector in the energy sector as essential service providers. So they were able to move around when everybody was told to stay put, go to different communities and do installations and so forth that we did as a center. Back to you, Esther.
Yeah, so thank you all, Rodney, William, Patrick, and Sire for answering that first part of our question and answer session, our panel discussion. I would like to encourage participants to put in their questions through the chat function. If you have a question, please type it out on the chat function that we have. At this point, I would like to invite Victor to tell us more about Slido and also how we can share our feedback via that. Welcome, Victor.
Thanks, Esther. Mine is a quick one. We would really wish to engage with our participants and get to hear what your thoughts are about some of the things that are being said, and also with some questions that we have. What you're currently seeing on your screen is a QR code. For those of you who have your phones with you, I request that you pick up your phone scan this QR code, and it will take you to our Slido page where we are running the polls for today and where we are asking questions. And you also can actually send questions through that as well as the chat. Remember, you can chat any questions that you have for all the participants. Send it as a chat on the side during this Teams meeting, or you can send it through Slido. But we will also be having 3 questions that we'll pose for all our participants through Slido. That would be very grateful if you could take some time to answer. It's as simple as either for those who are using their laptops, you go to Slido, that is sli.do, and then you key in the event code, which is 87805. You can take a picture of it, but we'll be sharing it later on as well. But the easier way is for those who have a mobile phone and you want to just quickly snap it, just scan this QR code and it will take you there. Once you're there, I think after we finish the second session, we'll pose 1 question and all of you can get to respond to the question, but also feel free to just answer any questions that you may have. Esther, I think I'll leave this here for just 1 more minute, but you can continue with the discussions as you were with the rest of the panel. Then I'll take it back to the video.
Okay, thank you, Victor. So in the first part of this discussion, we focused on what different people are doing to make sure that the companies selling these standalone solar systems are able to keep doing it both now when we are having the COVID pandemic and even afterwards. And that's a key component of building resilience and also helping people to recover. So in this next session, we'll focus more on how can governments leverage what private sector is doing to be able to build resilience, or how can governments partner with the private sector? And for this part, I think I'll start by posing a question to Rodney. I know we are just in the more or less early stages of rolling out COSAP, but with the COVID pandemic, what are some of the learnings that we are seeing? Rodney?
Okay, thank you. Okay, we are seeing quite a lot of things, but maybe I could just highlight probably 2 or 3 of them. Now, one of the incentives we are providing, like I mentioned in my presentation, is the debt facility. And you noticed I said that to date we've only been able to to provide debt for 1 company. Now, with the advent of COVID-19, we've seen the interest in the debt by companies, kind of shifting. Companies are shifting, their priorities internally. We've even seen that companies are rescheduling, their existing loans. So as a project, we are just keen to, understand what the implications are on the operations of these businesses, both near term and longer term, because like most of you have indicated, we really don't know how long COVID is going to be here with us. So we are actively engaging with the private sector companies to see what solutions we can look at, so that they can now actively start engaging with the debt facility. Now, again, other than the companies, and I think this could have also been mentioned by some of the other panelists, COVID-19 is also affecting, the customers, yeah? And so the companies are already seeing that their sales are going to be reduced and their portfolios are going to deteriorate. And so it's really affecting the way they are looking at the debt facility and also the RBF facility. Now, the other thing we have noticed, which may not really directly be related to COVID-19, is that the participation of county-based entrepreneurs is minimal, or could we say is almost non-existent. And as a project, we are looking at how we can sensitize entrepreneurs in the counties and also build their capacity so that they can be able to make business proposals to the project that can be successful in getting awards, from these two facilities. So maybe I can stop there for the time being.
Thank you, Rodney, for that insight. I think there's been a lot of discussion around the support that is coming through to local entrepreneurs. Sire, what's your take on that in terms of support to local companies and local entrepreneurs who are selling solar? Yeah. Sire, you're on mute. Kindly unmute yourself.
I didn't want you to hear what I was saying. I said this is a very important times for us to step away from business as usual, in a sense that we are operating in markets where the needs are so much that we shall work towards ensuring that different actors in the supply chain or the value chain are able to step in and contribute. So when you look at the sector historically, you will find that what we call truly local markets, the criteria for accessing the funds and things like that tend to put them at a disadvantage. And during times like the pandemic, you see that they are also the ones that can truly be present in what is usually referred to as the last mile.
Sorry, Sire, we are losing you a bit.
In areas. Okay, so sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, it has. Hello? It has sort of improved. Yeah, now it sounds a bit better.
Okay, we didn't lose all of it. I was that the local markets are that we believe are truly well positioned and are currently serving the most vulnerable. So for us, it was very important that in the excitement and urgency of COVID-19, with major being announced, that we tried to make a case to position our local companies to be part of the conversation and to have access to resources so they can continue to be operating in the most vulnerable communities. So that went on. How we did that is by conducting a series of webinars with companies, and then taking some of the issues and concerns that arise from those webinars to our friends in the financing community, in the donors and investment community, to let them know, look, if you are announcing these huge funds, entry ticket is 1 million or 2 million, then companies are being eliminated again, and you're going to work with the usual suspects. And we cannot really address the pandemic at that magnitude with just going with the business as usual. So that conversation was as the coordinator of private sector engagement at ECRI, I try to ensure that also the local companies are prepared to participate in these conversations. So what is important here is that we as a sector should not, in the urgency, continue to make some of the same mistakes as we've been doing and creating imbalances and inequities in the service delivery and in access to resources. So that it's an advocacy, it's a coordination role, and more importantly, it's also touches on capacity building of local companies for them to position themselves, for them to go through business plan refinement and technical skills. They can have track record to position themselves as viable actors in the service delivery to vulnerable communities. Back to you, Esther.
Okay, thank you, Sira. Though I think we've had a bit of some on and off with your sound, but it's okay. I think we were able to get most of the points you are communicating around not continuing with the imbalances that we've seen in the sector for some time now. I would like to urge participants to continue sending in their questions. You have two options. You can either send through Slido, what Victor has just shared, or you can type out your question on the chat function. We'll start answering them shortly. I can already see there's a question for Rodney. I think there are two questions for Rodney already. I'll be reading them out in a short while. But before that, Patrick and William, the COVID pandemic has brought this greater need for coordination in the sector. And we are starting to see more people talking. Previous groups that were not previously talking to each other, now they're finding a way, okay, how can we leverage each other's strengths to make sure that the really poor and vulnerable, those people who do not have energy access, at least through this pandemic, some of them are able to access energy. What's your take on coordination in the sector, Patrick?
Well, thank you. But before I respond to that question, let me just make one comment on the previous topic, which is around the finance issue. I think we need to all recognize that the whole value chain and supply chain of the off-grid industry is going through financial stress. Whether you're a vertical integrated company or a distributor, all of this is under stress. We need all types of capital. We need equity investment to help the companies in the industry grow and expand to new countries that also need these solutions. But we also need to be able to finance a product. And this financing can either be directly with a vertically integrated company or to those that really work with distributors and retailers, the ability of those distributors and retailers to either be financed by the supplier or them to be able to finance the product they buy is all predicated on access to finance. So it's really important to understand we need finance at all levels and all types of capital. We need more of it, and everybody in the industry is under stress, and we need solutions that do help everybody in the sector to deal with this. But coming to your question around coordination, I think this is a super critical issue because going back to overall, and we've touched on this, the companies are under stress directly financially, operations to be able to operate, either supply chain getting their goods in or some other disruption. And they also need to keep the operations going. I think so far we've been fortunate, but as we watch our environments, especially with the resurgence in the infection rates we are hearing and seeing as new institutions are affected and their buildings have to be shut down or they need to be disinfected and things like that, that this is something we expect to deal with. And how will the sector know how to respond, make sure they sanitize and do everything else? Beyond that, we've got the customer, and we cannot be blind to the customer. Is either stuck at home or is really challenged that their customer is not able to come to them, and whatever they operate, most businesses are under stress, and we have seen reports of farmers that are not able to sell all their produce because of the whole economic slowdown. To be able to respond to all these, we'll need all types of solutions, which means we can no longer just talk to the development partners interested in energy access. We need to talk to people who are working with consumers on consumer financing or consumer support. We need to talk to those who can help the sector respond in workforce protection or workforce support, workforce resilience, whatever else it may be. We need to talk to in government, to all new ministries. We've worked with the ministries of energy, but now we've got, for example, if it's a ministries of education that need to be able to leverage the systems to keep their education going, as most countries are trying to do, or ministries of health who need to power their health facilities, and they need to understand what's the capability of these systems, or they need to guide us on how we should behave to protect our businesses, which are essential to not just us, but to the communities we work in. So these relationships and these partnerships, really to identify and know what's emerging and who and how effectively are we addressing these, is super important. And I think the last thing before I stop talking is, as the countries are planning their economic recovery strategies, we need to make sure that energy, we as a sector are part of that, so that we also are planned for and incorporated in terms of what do we expect for us as a sector to support the recovery strategy, and also as an industry that has also gone through this period to be able to be viable and be strong coming out of this. So I think that we do need a lot of collaboration and coordination. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick, for also bringing out the different other players that we need to be drawing into this conversation around energy, that we need to remember that health is also relying on energy. There is education that's relying on energy. And we need to start engaging the players in those sectors, both from private and public sectors. William, what's your take on coordination in the sector? How can we build greater resilience in our communities through coordination?
Yeah, thanks, Esther. And I think Patrick has touched on all the most important points in terms of coordination, because coordination within the sector is it's something that's quite key. We as the private sector also need to, like Patrick said, we need to also work with the governments, just so that we are all aligned in terms of what is the need that the end user or the consumers really need. What is the support that the solar home system companies need, and even as us as private sector, what is the support that we need? So in terms of coordination, I think working with the private sector also in terms of investors, I think that's something key that needs to come out of such discussions, because in as much as, yes, there may be development partners giving out some money here and there, we also need to engage the private sector. So we're looking at maybe commercial banks, individual investors, angel investors who can come through and support a lot of, especially the small companies, the indigenous companies who maybe the ticket sizes for the development partners may be a bit too big for them, but in our own little way they can also get support. Another area of support, I think, is with another arm of the private sector, is where companies are offering technical assistance support. So it's been mentioned before, companies need to sort of like restructure their loans. or rearrange their programs. I'm sure there are a lot of private sector companies that can come through and support these companies in terms of developing that. And all these changes are going on currently at the moment, with the laying off and everything. Companies also do need legal support, because what is the best way of handling if it's giving people a salary cut, a pay cut, or temporarily, halting some of the services? There also needs to be some form of legal support. And then another area I think would be quite key is engaging with the suppliers. So is there some way that we can support these companies engaging with suppliers? So for example, like at AECF, some of the companies that we work with have proposed us paying the suppliers directly, because a lot of especially let's say, for example, in Southern Africa, in Zim, the economic situation in the country, I think, has been worsened by the current pandemic. So there's very little forex that is available. How people pay for goods, even not even just energy, but even something as basic as food has also been affected. So us as the energy players, I think it would be good if we can explore such options of, okay, can we pay the suppliers, for example, in China or in Asia or wherever, and then have the equipment shipped to them. And then of course, I think one thing that is also quite key is how do we support these companies, the solar home system companies, pass on the benefit that we as the private sector, as the government, is giving back to the consumers, to the end users, to the last mile consumers who are down there. So I think it's like all the team members have just said, it's a very collaborative effort. It needs quite an in-depth analysis in terms of how companies coordinate. So yeah, so coordination definitely in the sector is quite key. Thanks.
Well, thank you, William. I think what you've really brought out is that even within the sectors, we really need to have more collaboration. You've really brought out the issue of collaboration within the private sector itself, between investors and the companies, and even the people who can offer some form of expertise to these companies. What I'm hearing is that coordination is not really easy. It seems it's something we have to keep working at. But I believe this is a good opportunity for us to start setting that ball rolling. And I think there'll be more gains along the way. So quickly, I'll go to some of the questions that are coming through. We have one to Rodney. It's on Slido. I don't know that you're able to see it, but I could read it out. The question reads, with the different mentioned facilities, how many have been awarded to local grassroots companies? Yeah, there. You can see that Victor has put them on the screen. So Rodney, there's that question for you. The first question.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I was just trying to understand what the questioner means by local grassroots companies, and I'm just imagining that she means the companies that are within the COSAP counties, the 14 counties where the project is being implemented. Or she may also mean just indigenous, Kenyan companies. What I'll say is that when we did the first call for proposals, we gave a period of 30 days. When we advertised, we gave a period of 30 days for companies to give proposals. And we were very keen on seeing proposals coming from, entrepreneurs in the COSAP counties. Now, when it became apparent that the response from, the entrepreneurs in the COSAP counties was not good, we extended the period by a further 30 days, and we did a lot of. We really publicized the proposals within the counties, of course, using the structures that are available there in the counties. Now, we did get some proposals from local companies there, But unfortunately, when we evaluated the proposals, we realized that many of them were not very well done, and thus the need to do some capacity building for those companies. However, what we then did was during the process of proposal preparation, we also tried to encourage the established companies to include partnering with the local companies, the companies that are based in the counties in the implementation of the project. So what we have is several companies that are partnering with the grassroots companies, like the questioner has said, during this first round. But I would also just like to point out that there were two, I think there are two indigenous, Kenyan-owned companies. I think one is based in Eldoret and one is based in Nairobi. That will also benefit or are also benefiting from financing for the project. However, as we are going into the second call for proposals, we have stepped up our efforts to actually do training and capacity building. We've developed a database of entrepreneurs in those counties who we are going to engage shortly in training on how to develop proposals or how to apply for the debt facilities. And over and above that, we as a project, we are going to have a call for proposals that will be dedicated to the local companies as part of their capacity building. So that's what we are doing. By the time the project ends, we hope that we will have quite a number of the local companies, having participated. And this project is meant to build sustainable businesses there. So it makes a lot of sense to have the local grassroots companies being the ones that benefit from this. So we are keeping an eye on that, and we will obviously be very proud to announce that we have succeeded in achieving our goal. Thanks.
Thank you, Rodney, for that comprehensive answer. I think we shall be inviting you in future just to keep tabs on the number of local companies that were finally involved in COSAP. I think I'll invite Victor. Victor, you have some questions for us on Slido. You can put those up.
Yes, Esther. So these are open to all the participants, including the speakers. It's just feedback that we seek from you. Feel free to write any answers that you may have to the questions that are relevant to the topic that we're discussing today. And we shall be seeing them up here as they pop in. So for those who yet don't have Slido, scan the QR code or go to slido.com. To the left, you'll be asked for the event code and just put in 87805. For now, let's see what your thoughts are with regards to the kind of support that local standalone solar entrepreneurs need to support in the recovery process. Anyone can answer, all are welcome.
Yeah, just to reinforce what Victor has shared, you can just scan the QR code you're seeing on your laptop. For those of us who are using laptops, you can scan it with your phone and you'll be able to provide your direct answer to that question. He'll be coming in with a few more in due course. Victor, you'd like to show us the other questions that we had on Slido? Yeah, Yeah, we have that question on how do we think governments can be more strategic about deploying standalone solar. Feel free to just submit your answers. We shall be reviewing them at the end of this session. Meanwhile, I think there was a question, some of the questions from the participants. There was a question on how we can promote consumer, how we can stimulate customer demand. Cyril, you can provide an answer to that, how we can go about stimulating customer demand for standalone solar systems. Cyril, are you with us? Cyril, are you with us?
I was on mute again. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you please? It's about stimulating consumer demand.
Yeah. How should we go about that?
Yeah, I think this is the part where it goes to show the role to play. Stimulating consumer demand. There's different mechanism at play. You have the technical and the knowledge which is addressed through
Cyril, we are losing you a bit. Cyril, we are losing you a bit.
This awareness. Sorry, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, and now I think it sounds a bit better.
Okay. Sorry. So I was saying that we usually are looking at it from two different perspectives for consumer demand to be stimulated. So the one side, we have awareness building and sensitization towards consumers, because you will be surprised that sometimes that our companies and the products are not really visible to the consumers that need them the most. So I think we can support in that aspect by ensuring that through different media, including even physical demonstrations, radio and TV, that we are able to inform the general public about these technical and technological solutions and services. On the other side, there's also the financial considerations, because people can be aware of the existence of a specific solution. However, they may not be in the best position to acquire and to financially commit to acquiring the solution. That's why I think William was talking about consumer financing. Mechanism that can be put in place to be able to financially
we sort of lost you, Cyril.
You have access. So you have access to information and knowledge, and you also have to allow them to access to financing so that they can acquire the solution. So the financing side is very important. It is one that has not been really looked at for such a long time, but it's becoming very prevalent in discussions and also looking at it as a solution. So it goes from extending financial incentives to consumers directly or through through the SMEs that are providing the energy services, or crowding in other actors in the inclusive financial sector, such as microfinance institutions, or what you refer to in Kenya, to be able to allow this consumers the demand side financing for stimulating the demand. I hope I was somewhat clear. We're having some technical difficulties, I believe.
Yeah, I think we've had most of what you've shared. You've shared about creating awareness amongst the consumers, and you've also touched on something to do with affordability. So enabling these customers to be able to afford these products, either through subsidies or like what COSAP is doing, the results-based financing. I think we have one
Maybe,
more question.
Esther, if I can say just one thing before you move on that.
Go ahead, Patrick.
This is Patrick. I think the second part of what Siri has talked about is really important. From the anecdotal feedback we were getting from our members, and if you looked at what was happening in the industry before COVID, I think through the end of last year, if you look at the Google sales report, things were, the market was doing very well and was strong. And companies, even in the first month, were enjoying and seeing very robust demand based on very robust harvests, and also as they saw this COVID coming, those who knew they were going to be stuck without power wanted that power. However, I think it's really that question now of ability to pay. We as a sector really, are limited to be able to offer these products, particularly financed products, based on the customer's ability to pay. And there are a few things we can do. One is, as the sector and with governments, keep prices low. We need to find efficiencies as private sector. Government needs to work with us either in taxation and other things to keep those prices low. That's one part, but the other part is also now, how are we going to bring, either through the companies in the sector or direct to the consumer, mechanisms to really help them at this period when they're under stress, to be able to buy that product and be able to afford the payments. And I think this is a super critical question, and it goes back to the collaboration. What are we going to do to bring solutions to that problem? That will help the sector grow, that will help the sector recover, but it will also help the end beneficiary we are targeting, which is the consumer, to get this access that we want them to
get. Thank you, Patrick, for reinforcing that aspect of that we need consumer financing as part of this. I think it's also a great component of building resilience and helping our communities to also recover better from COVID. Then still remember, there are two questions that Victor had shared with us on Slido. Please keep answering them. There was one more question that had touched on financing for local grassroots companies. I believe we've touched on that variously by all the speakers. I think William talked about the relief fund that they have put out for Kenya. The kind of the two facilities that Rodney talked about, the debt and the results-based facility that is available. He's also talked a lot about having a specific call that's for local companies, and also providing technical support or capacity building to these local companies so that they are able to apply and qualify for those monies. So I think that question has been answered. There was one more question, Victor, on Slido, one last one that had come after the stimulating customer demand. Yeah, there was a question there for William. Where there are issues that companies were encountering before the pandemic And did they become worse, or were they exaggerated during COVID? Quickly, we have like 3 minutes to the top of the hour. So William, would you kindly share a short answer to that? Yeah.
Yes, thanks for that question. And I mean, yes, definitely. If we're looking at markets like Zimbabwe, for example, Zimbabwe has been going through a lot of an economic crisis for the last year or so. And I mean, this has also now been compounded by the fact that now there's the COVID that has come about. So yeah, so it's something that that does happen. Of course, in terms of how we sort of like evaluate that. Of course, there are some companies that may have applied for the relief funding. However, when you look at their previous, for example, maybe their last 2 or 3 audited accounts, you'll be able to see the trend that they already were in. So there are some that may come and say, okay, now we're applying for this funding because of COVID. It's really affected our, our activities and all. But you can go back and actually just see how they have been performing over the last maybe 2 or 3 years, and you'll be able to pick a trend. So you'll be able to tell whether that is as a result of COVID or not. Yeah.
Thank you, William. I think I'll just call upon Victor. You can show us some of the responses that you got on the 2 questions we had. And I think you had one more question on feedback, which you can pose to us. Then finally, you can tell us about what we have coming up in the Sustainable Series webinar.
Okay, thanks, Esther. Yeah, this has been very interesting. So I guess some people have been responding. I don't think everyone has been responding, and maybe I'll go through this particular responses, and then I'll open it up for people to respond to the other question. Or I'm guessing some people have responded to both questions on one on one part. So how can governments be more strategic about deploying standalone solar? There's someone talking about partnering with small standalone solar businesses to reach the last mile. Tax incentives, the tax issue that we all know about, especially with the recent changes. Budgetary support, addressing the question of affordability and inclusion in the national electrification plan. And the last one, I guess, is sorry. The last one, I guess, is just to do with policies, and those are some of the responses that we've received so far. And people have yet to respond to this question. So if you can put your answers in there so that we can know what your thoughts are in terms of the support that local standalone solar entrepreneurs need to also contribute to the recovery process. I can see people have already started putting in their responses. I'll leave it there for just about a minute. Take this time to put in your ideas before we go to the last one. So I am counting it down to just about a minute. As someone once told us, for some of these, there's no fear in giving us an answer, because a lot of it is experiences that are happening on the ground, and things that we would need to look out for, things that some of these entrepreneurs are going through, or that you've encountered with some of your beneficiaries. So as you can see, we have people talking about grant financing, working capital, access to finance. So finance is coming up as a bit of an technical assistance. That is what I'm hoping in regards to some of the work that we're doing as the Africa Clean Energy Technical Assistance Facility. So a grant fund to cushion the businesses. Any more responses? I guess I can leave that on. We have about 5. And because we're running out of time, let me put this up here and also just get some feedback from you guys. What is your key takeaway from today's session, even before we go back to Esther and have her more or less summarize with our speakers and wind up the webinar for today. If you could quickly give us your feedback in terms of some of the things that you're taking away from this session. It could be with regards to the topic of discussion for today. It could be regards to the speakers themselves, or even just the organization of the webinar itself. So feel free to drop those in there as well, and it will help with us being able to put together the future webinars. So I'll also leave that up for just about a minute and a half, just to see what some of the thoughts are. We are seeing period of uncertainty, disruption of supply chain. Keep them coming, keep them coming. Let's see what else we can get in terms of the takeaways that we've had from this session today. The need for greater coordination in the sector. What else do we have? What else do we have? Local grassroots companies needing more financial support, finance support. Good point. So I guess what I will do is I will leave that running. I will leave the last one running, and just allow you guys to continue giving us that feedback and return this back to Esther even as I pull up the schedule for our upcoming webinars. Esther, you can get back to your speakers and maybe get their final thoughts as you summarize before I can share with everybody what our next few webinars look like.
Yeah, I think mine is to appreciate everyone for listening in through this webinar. I think I'd just like to call upon our panelists, one last word, like in one sentence, to wrap this conversation up. We can start with you, Sire. Just one last sentence, not more than a sentence. You're on mute, Sire.
Come on.
I said I leave you with my favorite quote that is very true during this. It says that speed is irrelevant. You're going in the wrong direction. We use this pandemic to write where our does not make us continue doing things as usual, which we're not allowing us to be deploying these at scale. And I thank you.
Quickly, William, then Patrick, then Rodney, then we call it a day.
Right. Thanks, Esther. I think for me, it's just one thing that we need to be conscious of, and that's clear coordination of all partners, of all the players in the ecosystem, to ensure that we support not only the companies but also the end users, the beneficiaries, during this period. So coordination for me is key. So yeah.
I think for me, what's critical, one is we absolutely need to be part of the recovery strategy for all our countries when we come out of COVID. And it would be an absolute shame if we don't do everything we can to make sure that as we come through this, we have a strong, viable, vibrant sector of companies of all sizes that are able to be part of this for our countries.
Okay, and for me, I'm very happy that after the webinar, I see COSAP as being very relevant. You know, COSAP was designed before COVID. We never knew COVID was coming. But the strength is that the design of COSAP incorporated the private sector, the development partners, government, and it proves that COSAP is such a robust design. The products that it has on offer can take in the developments that are happening because of COVID. because they have flexibility. So we look forward to COSAP helping Kenya, come out of this COVID pandemic. We make a big contribution towards it, and we encourage other people to design programs similar to COSAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodney. I really like that last part, that let's have more of us designing bigger or smaller versions of COSAP. The fact that it brings in all these players together to find a middle ground that we can move forward, and that it's designed to serve underserved people makes it really ideal in terms of this recovery process. And it also ties into what Patrick is saying, that let off-grid be part of this recovery process. And it's also serving beneficiaries, as William has pointed out. And we are not running with speed in the wrong direction. If Sira could tell us that. So thank you all for your patience. Thank you to our panelists for all your insights, sharing your experiences. It's been a very interesting discussion. As a staff, we have a few more webinars coming up. We have one next week, same time. This one will be looking at powering agriculture and relocalizing food supply chains. We've also had quite a pinch on that in the agricultural front. And then we'll be having another one on 13th of August, specifically looking at coordination. You don't want to miss this. Please stay posted. Victor, our communications person, will be sending all this information to you. Thank you all, and thank you for staying tuned.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Esther. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.